guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So in this video we're going to be displaying related products. So if we go into our product details page, we want to display similar products below this add to cart button, right? So how do we display related products? So related products are products that are in the same category, right? So if you still remember, we created this get products by category. So let's just copy this and let's paste it below because everything else is similar. So once we paste it below, let's just change the name from get products by category to get related products. So once we are done with this in our product service, let's move into our controller, in our product controller. So if you go down in our product controller, let's also just copy this here, and then let's just paste it below. Then let's change it to get related products. Related products, right? And also let's change this function to get related products. Yeah, let's change it to get related products. And then the next thing that we are just going to do is let's just also copy this get products by category provider. Let's just copy this and then let's just paste it below, because almost everything is similar with what we did in the previous video. So let's just say get related products, get related products provider, right? So yeah, let's change this from category name to related products, right? Let's get related products. Okay, so now that we are done with this, let's move into our components, right? In our components, so what we are going to do in our components, we are just going to say related products widget dot, right? Then let's change this. This is supposed to be a stateless widget, right? Okay, so just going to say related products widget, right? So let's import the material dot, and then what we need is since we are going to consume our related products provider, let's extend the consumer widget that allows us to consume providers. And then in our build context, let's just change this widget reference, and then let's just say widget reference, and then let's import the flutter riverpod package. Okay, so now that we've imported the flutter riverpod package, what we need to do is we need to build a list view, right? So what I'm going to do is we need to pass in the category name. So I'm just going to say category name, and then let's pass it inside the constructor. Okay, let's pass it inside the constructor like this, and then let's remove the constant. Okay, so now what we are just going to do is let's go inside our build function. What we're just going to do is going to say related products this goes to reference dot watch. Then we are just going to watch the related products provider. Related products provider, and then we are just going to pass in the category name as the argument. Okay, so let's import the folder. Okay, let's go back inside our products controller. Let's check. I said get related products provider. Okay, it's supposed to be get, and then let's import it. Okay, now that we are done, what we are just going to do is we are just going to return related products dot when, and then for the data, it's going to take in the data as a parameter, and then here must create an arrow function that takes in error as an argument, stack trace, and then we must display the error text. And then let's import the error text. Okay, let's import the error text, and then it's must take in the error, and then we are going to just say error dot toString. Okay, like this. Okay, now what we need to do is also display when the data is still loading, and then we will just show the loader, and then let's import the loader. Okay, so now inside our here we must just retain a container. Let's give it a height of 300. And then the child is going to be a list view. List view dot builder. So this allows us to display a list. If you don't know about the list view, I encourage you to check my video on list views and grid views. And then the scroll, we also need the scroll direction. Which is going to be axis.horizontal. Axis.horizontal, and then we also need an item count. So an item count, which is going to be the data.length. And we also need the physics, which is going to be clamping scroll physics. And then we also need an item builder, so that this is going to build the items that are coming from our database. Item builder, and then we need to provide the context and also an index. Okay. Okay, it's a function, right? So now what we need to do after this is we just need to go to our, if we go to our product widget, right? Let's go into our product widget, and then let's just copy this padding. Okay, let's just copy this padding because almost everything here is similar, and then let's just paste it inside our related products here. And then we must just say it must return okay, we must return a padding, and then let's just fix some errors. So the first one is we need to import the product details page. We need to import the product details page. And then let's then we need to just put a semicolon here. Okay, I still think we still have a couple of errors. Okay, let's just put a semicolon there. Then we still have some errors, so let's go at the top. Still have some errors. So let's check what's the error. Okay, I forgot a semicolon. Okay, so now that we are done with let's just move into our product details. Let's go into our product details, right? So that's the final part. So below the add to below the add to cart button, or below the size box, what we need to do is we just need a row, and then we're just going to say main axis alignment. Main axis alignment is equals to main axis alignment dot space between. Then also need the children. Okay. There is no constant. Okay. So inside this children, what we need to do is we need to display a text. I'm just going to say similar products, and then let's give it a style. Colors dot blue. Font size, let's give it a font size of 20. Let's give it also a font weight. Okay, let's just copy this and then let's paste it below. Let's paste it below. Let's just change it. See all. Give it a font size of 10. Okay, and then let's change it to black. And then let's give it a constant modifier, right? Yeah, so below this we are just going to, we just need a space sized box. Let's give it a height of 16, and then sized box, give it a height of 16, and then below let's just give it a products by category. Let's just say related products widget, and then let's import it. And then the category name, this goes to, let's say, product dot category name dot to string. Let's convert it to a string. Okay, so now we are done with the related product section. So if we hot reload our application, so as you can see, we now have related products here, but as you can see, this is too close to the screen. So let's just give this row a padding. Let's just wrap it with a padding widget, and also let's just change this. So let's just remove these constants, and let's just constant. Okay, and also let's just change this font text. Let's give it a font size of 14. Then let's reload our application. Yeah, as you can see now, it's not displaying similar products. So if I go back to the main page, let's go to the coffee syrup. As you can see, we also have similar products below. So that's all it, guys, for similar products. If you find this video useful, please make sure you subscribe, click the like button, and make sure you share this video with your friends. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So in this video, we're going to be searching products from our Firebase Firestore. So without wasting much time, go into our services folder and then open the product service. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create a string of type list and of type product. We are just going to name the function search products. It's going to take in a string and then we are going to return the products collection, and then we are going to order by the name. We want to order the products by the name. And then we want to start our query. We want to start at the so we want to start our query at the search. So what we are going to do, like if a user types in Apple, we want to start our query from the first letter, which is going to be A, up until to the last Apple, which is going to the last letter, which is going to be E in Apple. So dot end it. And then we are just going to limit the number of queries to 10. And then we must retrieve the snapshots. And then we want to map through each and every document. And then what to do is want to just create a list of products, an empty list of products that we are going to use to store products from our firebase Firestore. And then we want to loop through each and every item in our documents. And then we just want to add inside our empty list, we just want to add products from Firebase Firestore. We're just going to say product dot from JSON, and then document dot data as map string, then dynamic. So after this, we are just going to return the products. We're just going to return products. Okay. So that's it in our services folder. The next thing that we need to do is let's go in our product controller. If we go into our product controller, inside our controllers folder. So what we are just going simply to do is we are just going to create a stream of type list of type products. And then what you're going to do is we're just going to say Sage products string Sage. Then we are just going to return product service dot Sage products. Okay, right. So now that we are done with this, what we need to do now is we need to create a widget that we're going to name Sage delegate. So let's create it. Let's go inside our widgets folder, or inside our components folder. So let's just say Sage delegate widget dot dat. Okay, so unlike other widgets, this one is, we are going to just name it the Sage products extends Sage delegate. Okay, so let's just import a couple of packages. Let's create 4 overrides. Okay, so what we need here is we need to take a widget reference from riverpod that allows us to locate providers, right? And then we also need a constructor. Sage products, then we are just going to say this dot ref. Okay, so let's just import. So let's just import this flutter riverpod package. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to do is if you go into Flutter documentation, you will find this Sage delegate. So delegate for show Sage to define content for the Sage page, right? So in our first method, which is the build leading, as you can see, it says that typically an icon pattern configured with a big pattern that exists with the Sage with clause. So this will just show an icon. This will just show an icon when the user will be typing. So what we need to do is we need to just return the action, which is going to be an array, and then we are going to say icon pattern on pressed, and then we also need an icon. Sorry, we also need an icon which is going to be an icon icons dot search. Okay, so inside this on press method, we are just going to pass in a query, which is going to be just an empty array. And then the next one is build leading. So this one should display an icon at the front, so we don't need an icon here. What we are just going to do is we are just going to return null. Okay, and then the build results, these are the most important. That's widgets that we're going to use. So if we go back into our documentation, you will see that the below the app bar can either show suggested queries. So as the user will be typing, it will be showing suggested queries. Once the user submits a search, the results of a search is returned by the search delegate build results, build suggestions. So these build suggestions, we're going to use it as the user is going to be typing the search inside the search bar. It's going to display the suggestions below. Okay, so what we are going to do with this, we just need to get rid of this, and then what we need to do is we just say final products is equal to ref.watch search products. Search products, and then we pass in our search parameter. Okay, so let's go back inside our product controller. We forgot one thing inside our product controller. So what we need to do is at the top we need to just create final search products provider is equal to stream provider. So this family function will allow us to just pass in a parameter. Products controller dot notifier, and then dot search products. Okay, so now let's go back inside our search delegates. I forgot a semicolon. Let's go back inside our search delegate. Okay, search products provider. Okay, let's import that. Okay, let's put a semicolon. Okay, so what we need here, we need to provide a query. Yeah, the query parameter. And then what we are going to just do is let's go inside our product widget. Inside our product widget, let's just copy everything from our product widget because everything is going to be similar. So let's just copy from return products. Let's just copy everything here. Up to this part, okay. Let's just copy it. Then let's go back. Then let's paste it below. Then let's just import a few. Let's just import the error text. Okay, let's also import the loader. Okay, and let's go. Let's also import the product details page. Okay, now that everything is okay, everything is now looking fine. So if we also, now we need to go to the next part, which is the build results. So the build results is just the same as the build suggestions. We only use the build results when the user has pressed enter on the keyboard, when they finished typing. So let's just copy this. We want to return results when the user finishes typing inside the search bar. Let's just copy that. Okay, I'll put the link for the documentation below. Let's just paste this below. Okay, now that we are good to go. Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to go into our home page or our main page. Okay, so let's go inside our main page. Let's go onto the app bar. So inside the app bar, we are going to just actions to display an icon, and then we are going to have an icon. Then we need also the size, which is going to be 25. And the color, okay. And we also need a gesture detector. Let's just wrap this icon with the gesture detector widget. Okay, let's wrap it with the gesture detector widget. And then we need on tap. Why are we getting an error? Okay, so for the on tap, let's just give it a constant. So for the on tap function, what we need is we just need to say show search. So then context, we just pass in the context, and then for the delegate that we just created recently, we just pass in the search products. If you still remember this search delegate, that we've created here. So we need to pass in this reference. So let's go back and then let's pass in the ref object. Okay, and let's just put a semicolon, then let's import it. Okay, now that we are done, I think we are still getting an error somewhere. undefined ref track waiting. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to change this to consumer widget, and then we need to pass in the widget reference inside our build function. Let's just import flutter riverpod. Okay, yeah, now we are good to go. Let's just reload our application and let's see. Okay, so let's just give our icon, this icon, let's just give it some padding. Okay, and let's just give a constant. Let's just remove this constant here. Let's reload. So if I click on the icon, you can see it has opened the search delegate. As you can see, if I start typing, as you can see, as I was typing, it was showing me the suggestion for the ARV. If I click enter, it will display the build result will be triggered. As you can see now, I'm seeing this ARV. If we click on the back button, it will take us back to the main page. Let's click it again. As you can see, if I type malaria, as you can see, it's displaying this malaria pills in our database. So that's it, guys, on searching products inside our Firestore database. If you found this video useful, please click on the like button and please make sure you subscribe so that you don't miss any of my videos on the Flutter e-commerce series. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. In this video we are going to be calculating the total for the items in our cart. So to do so, go into our users model, and inside our users model we have this list of cart items. If you still remember, we have the users collection. Inside the users collection we are going to store a list of the users cart items, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to create an extension which we are going to just name cart extension on user model, and then we are going to create a getter method which we are going to call green total, which we are going to use to retrieve the total of the cart item, right? So inside the green total, what we are just going to do, we are just going to return the cart, and then we are just going to map iterate through the items inside our cart item, right? So to do so, we're just going to use a variable e, and then what we are going to do is we need the cost, and then the cost of the item we must multiply it by the quantity. So this means that if we have like let's say if one item is going for $1, that means that if we have the quantity is 2, that means that these 2 items are going to be $2. So we are going to use the forward method, which reduces a collection to a single value by iteratively combining each element. So inside this forward method, we have the initial value, which is going to be 0, and then we have the previous element, and then the next element. So it's going to loop through the previous element and the element that are going to follow the following elements, and then we are going to add the previous value plus the elements inside our cart item. So that's it for the calculating the grand total, right? So now then what we need to do is we need to go inside our widgets folder or components folder. What we need to do is we just need to create checkout bottom nav dot, right? And then it's going to be a stateless widget. We're just going to call it checkout bottom nav. Okay, so we are just going to change this to consumer widget, since we need to use riverpod to consume some data from our auth controller. So here we need to pass in widget reference. Okay, so here what we are going to do is we are going to say final current user. We need to get the current user ID. Current user is equals to firebase auth dot instance. So let's import the firebase auth package, right? Dot instance dot current user. Okay, right? So what we say, we need user provider, which is equal to reference dot watch get user provider, which is we're going to pass in the current user ID, right? Okay, so let's just put this exclamation mark. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are just going to return the user provider dot when. That's the good thing about riverpod. It provides us with some methods, crucial methods that we can use. We have this one, the data method, we can use to retrieve data. We have this error method, which is triggered when there is an error. State trace text. Okay, there's an error to string. So this is just going to show us an error text if there is an error. And then let's say if our data is not finished loading, we are just going to use to show a circular progress indicator. Yeah, that's the nice thing about riverpod. Okay, so now let's go inside this function. So what we are going to do is we are going to return the card data. We're going to return the card data, right? If it's not equal to now, then that's when we are going to show let's start with the padding, edge insets. I'm going to give it a padding of 8, and then the child is going to be a container. Let's give it a height of 50. Let's decorate it. Box decoration. Color, we're just going to show a blue color. Then border radius, going to say border radius dots, border radius dots circular, so maybe 20. Okay, and then the child for this container is going to be a row. Children, we're just going to display text. We're just going to display the total. Data dot grand total. As you can see, we're now retrieving our grand total from our getter method. Excuse me. So let's just style the text style. Give it a color of white. Font size of 20. And the font weight, to bold. Okay, so let's just copy this text, paste it below, Control V, and then we're going to say proceed to checkout. Okay, constant. So we need a spacing between these two texts. So what I'm just going to do is name, axis alignment, name, axis alignment dot space between. Okay, right. Let's also give it some padding. So we don't want the text to be stuck in the walls of our container. So now I said if the card data is not equal to now, we are going to display this. Otherwise, if it's equal to now, what we are going to do is we are just going to display an empty sized box. Okay, empty sized box. So let's get a constant. Okay, so that's how our application is going to be. So what we are doing here is we are using this condition. If the card data is not equal to now, we are just going to display this container, which is our container, which is going to display the total. If the card data is now, then we are not displaying anything. We are just going to display this size box. Okay, so let's go into our card page. So inside our card page, below the up bar, below the up bar, we're going to say bottom navigation bar. We're going to check out bottom nav. Okay, Let's just use constant here like this. So, and then let's reload our application. Okay, as you can see, we now have this bottom navigation bar displayed here. So if I clear the cart, you can see now we don't get anything because our cart is empty. So let's add some items again. Yeah. Okay. Now you can see we are now calculating the total for items in our cart. So thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Make sure you subscribe and like this video so that you do not miss any of my videos that I will be releasing about this Flutter e-commerce series. Hello guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to continue with our e-commerce series with Flutter, Firebase and riverpod. So we are going to design the settings page, right? So we need a scaffold. We are just going to return a scaffold, and then the body is going to be a single child scroll view. And then we need to give it a child. Our child is going to be a column. This is going to just have children. Let's give it a constant sized box with a height of 16. So next, what we need to display a column. So next we need to display an image.asset, right? So it's going to be assets slash icon. If you go into our asset folder, it's going to be assets icon profile.png slash profile.png. Okay, we're just going to give it a height of 90 and then a width of 90 also. So we want it to be centered, so just say center. Okay, so next we are just going to a sized box. Let's just give it a height of let's say 8, and then we're just going to create some dummy text. We'll implement the logic in the next video. So I'm just going to put my name here and my last name. Let's style it a bit. We'll give it a text style, style, colors dot black. Give it a font size of 15, font weight with a font weight dot bold. Okay, so let's repeat it with a constant. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is we need to create a list child, right? We need to create a list child, and then we have a leading we need to, the leading is going to be, okay, must be something wrong here. Okay, leading is going to be text. Profile, and then style, text style is color, and the color is black, and then the font size is going to be 20, and then we have a font weight. What was it saying? Font weight dot bold, like this. Okay, so for the trailing, what we need, for the trailing we need an icon. So our icon is going to be icon.arrow. So let's go to font awesome. Font awesome. Sorry, it's supposed to be flat icon. I'm sorry. Let's look for arrow right. Okay, so I like this one. Let's just download it for free. Okay, let's go into our page. Let's copy this. Let's copy it. Let's go inside our icon and then review in File Explorer icon. Let's paste it here, and then let's just rename it to arrow right, like this. So here, instead of icon, we are going to use the image.asset. Image.asset. It's going to be assets icon slash arrow right dot png. Okay, like this. So once we have done this, let's just put a constant here, and let's also give it some padding. Okay, so below it I want, let's give it a height of 20, and a width also of 20, width of 20. Okay, and then below this padding I need a divider, constant divider with a thickness of 2. Okay, so let's just copy this. Let's just copy this whole chunk of code, right? Copy it. Let's paste it below. So just change this to address. And then let's copy, let's paste it below again. And then let's just say track order status. So track order status, right? And then below this also let's paste, then we just say order history, okay, like this. Yeah, let's also paste with another chunk of code. It's going to be logout, okay, right. Okay, so now that we are done, let's just run our application. So if you go out to our settings page, and you can see now we have this nice looking settings page. So in the next video we are going to be implementing some logic from our Firebase database and also creating the profile page. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Make sure you like this video and also make sure you subscribe so that you do not miss any of my videos. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. And welcome back to my video. So in this video we are going to be continuing with our e-commerce series. So in this video we are going to be building a cart functionality. So I will just show you a demo of the application that we are going to build. So as you can see, we can add these items to cart, and as you can see, if this item which is out of stock, if we try to add it to cart, as you can see, it's telling us that the product is not in stock. Same as this one also. As you can see, product is not in stock. And then when you go back to our cart, you can see we now have 2 items in our cart. And then we can also proceed to check out, but that's what we are going to do in the later videos, where we are going to install Stripe for payments. So hey guys, so let's start building the cart functionality for our application. So I'm just going to copy this chunk of code, and then we are going to move into our models folder. We are just going to move into go into our models folder, and then we need to create a cart item .dat file. Okay, and then just paste that chunk of code that we got. Yeah, Control V. So let's just paste it, and then let's just comment this chunk of code. Yeah. And then let's change this from to cart item, and also let's change this to cart item. So we are going to be use the freeze package to generate like immutable classes. You can go into the pubsec.yaml file and then just grab the dependencies there. So we are going to create an abstract class cart item with cart item. Then we need to create a constructor. then the next thing is we need some variables. We need the cut ID. We also need the image, the product image. Also need the product ID. We also need the quantity. And then we also need the cost. Then we also need the product name. And then I will need the price. Okay. Then the cut item. Then let's just put a semicolon. Okay, so let's just run this command. Flutter pub run build runner build delete conflicting outputs. Okay, so now we are done generating the build. As you can see, we have generated this first package. Okay, so the next thing is we also need to add another code that we are going to use to get items from JSON. Then we should add JSON. And then this should point out to cut item from JSON. Okay, so now what we need to do is let's go out and let's just uncomment this line of code, and then let's just save it, and then let's run again the build runner command. Okay, as you can see, now we have generated this cut item.g.dat. So let's just uncomment these two lines of code, and then let's just change this to cut, from product to cut. So this is, we use these lines of code to retrieve like a list of cut items. So let's just change this from cut and then cut, and then let's import the model, our model. Okay. It must give us an option to import. Okay. I'm sorry, it's supposed to be cut item. Okay, so we are done with the model part. So in the next video, we are going to be moving. We are now going to move into the services folder. Okay, so before we move into our service folder, you must make sure that you go in the constants folder and then firebase constants. So we are going to create a cut reference. So our cut is going to be under the user collection, right? It's going to be a sub collection inside the users collection, right? Cut reference is equal to firebase firestore. So let's import firebase firestore. Firebase firestore dot instance. Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection. So it's going to be a collection of users, and then the document is going to be user.id dot toString. Okay, so now let's create the user. The user is going to be the current user, so I'm just going to say static final current user is equal to firebase auth dot instance dot current user. Okay, like this. Okay, so let's import firebase auth. Let's just close this, and then let's import firebase auth. Okay, so the user, we're going to say static final user is equals to firebase auth dot instance dot current user. Okay, it's supposed to be UID. Okay, so now let's move into our services folder. So let's just close this, and then let's also close this folder. Let's move into our services folder. So we are going to create a cut service. So let's create a class cut service. Cut service. We are going to have firebase firestore. I'll also need firebase auth. And also we have firebase storage. then I'll also need the reference. Required. Okay, so now we need to set these values of the constructors to the values that we created at the top, to the values, to set them to the variables that we created at the top there. Okay, so now that we're done, now we must first create our first method, which is going to be an either. Now we are going to take a dynamic, and then it's going to take in another parameter as a function, which is a future. Add product to cut, which is going to take in a product, and it will also take in a build context. Okay, so let's import product first, and then let's import this class ap dat. Also, let's import material dat. Okay, so now I'm just going to create a string. The cut ID is going to be constant UUID .v1. So we are just going to use this package to generate the cut ID, right? Let's import the UUID. Okay. So let's search for the package.
flutter UID. Okay, this is the package UID. So let's just copy it, and let's go into our pub.yaml file, and then let's paste it inside our yam.yaml. The package is already there, so we just need to import it. Okay, so we can type it out. Import package UUID /UUID .dat. Okay. Okay, so let's just put a semicolon. Okay. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a try catch block. Okay, try. And then we are just going to return right. So I'm just going to call our function firebase constants dot. So let's import our firebase constants file. Firebase constants dot cat reference. If you still remember our cat reference dot set. So we are just going to set, right? We're just going to set the cat. Okay, and then it's going to be a list of products. So our cat is going to contain a list of products. So we are going to use field value dot array union, right? Field value dot array union. Then let's just put an array, and then let's call our cat item model cat item. Let's import it. Okay, so the cat ID is going to be equal to our cat ID. The image, we are going to set it to product dot image dot toString. The product ID also, product ID, we are going to set it to product dot product ID dot toString. And then quantity, the default quantity is going to be 1. Okay. And then the cost is going to be the product dot price dot to double, because it's going to be a double. It's going to be nullable, so we're just going to put a nullable here. And then name, let's say product dot name. Then price, product dot price. And then we need to convert this model to JSON. Okay, like this. Okay, so now what we need to do is we also need to set options, right? So that if, let's say, if a user adds another product to the item, we want to make sure that these items are matched, right? So set options. Okay, let's just remove this. Set options, let's just make sure we import that. Okay. Set options, then we're just going to make sure that the image is equals to true. Okay, so it must be missing another. Okay, so that's it here. And then since it's a try catch block, we want to catch an exception if that exception is on Firebase. And so we're just going to Firebase exception catch then we are just going to throw that exception. Then we are going to catch another exception. And then failure. We're just going to display a message e.toString. Okay, so let's just import this failure. Okay, so that's it for our I think I forgot to add another. Okay, yeah, that's it for our add product to cart. So what this add to product function does is that it's going to add our product to cart. It's going to take a product model as our product class, is our input of the function, and also a build context. And then we are going to get cart ID from the UUID package. Then inside our try catch block, we are just going to initialize the users, the cart reference, which is this one. This is the cart reference, right? This is our cart reference. This is our cart reference, right? Static cart firestore.users documentation. It's going to be a sub collection inside the inside our users collection, right? And then we have this cart model, which we are going to, we have the cart ID, image, product ID, quantity, which is set default to 1, and then the cost we are going to get it from the product model, the name from the product model, and then also the price from product model, and then we are going to convert it into a JSON. And then we have set options, and then we have set it to match to true, so that it can allow us to add multiple items into multiple items in the same collection, right? So that's it for add to cart. So now we are moving on to removing items from cart, right? So it's going to be either dynamic future void remove cart item, cart item, and then let's just make sure that we import cart item is already imported, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to also wrap it inside our try-catch block, return firebase to cart reference dot update. We are going to update, right? Okay. Just going to update the cart. This is going to be field value dot array remove. So we're just going to remove the item. Array remove. Cut item dot to JSON. Okay, like this. So let's repeat here. Just close with a semicolon. Expected to find. Then let's catch an exception. Catch exception. I'm going to return left. Then we are going to just throw an exception. Okay, like this. So it's supposed to be capital letter E. Okay, so that's it. So what are we doing here? So what we are doing here is we are just going to take the cart item model as a parameter, and then inside the array, so our products are going to be stored as arrays. We are just going to remove the field value, the array. We are just going to remove that item from the array of items in the cart, right? And then the next thing that we need to do is to decrease the quantity. Okay, so we're going to say void decrease quantity. So cut item. We are going to check if the item dot quantity, if the item dot quantity is equal to 1. So if the item dot quantity if it's equal to 1, if it's equal to 1, then we are just going to remove cut item. It's a function that we are going to create next. Okay. Else remove. We are just else if it's the quantity is not equal to 1, that means that if it's more than 1, we are just going to first remove that item. We are going to first remove that item, and then we can say item dot quantity -1. So we are reducing that quantity. Then we can say firebase constants dot cut reference dot update. So we're just going to update the cut item. So now we say field value dot array remove. That means we are going to just to remove that item, right? Item dot to JSON, right? To JSON like this, and let's change this to capital V. Okay, yeah, that's it. Then the next is going to be to clear the cut future void. That means if we want to clear the cut, clear cut async. This is an async function. We are just going to say firebase constants dot cut reference dot update, and then we are just going to update the cut, right? Cut, then field value dot delete. Okay, like this. Okay, so that's it. And then we also have the function for increasing the quantity, right? So we're going to say void increase quantity cut item like this. And we're going to say final data is equals to okay. What we are going to do is we are going to say firebase constants dot cut reference dot get dot then so we are just going to get the document document snapshot doc. Then we're just going to say final data. So okay, I made a typo here. So it's supposed to be like this, and then document snapshot doc. We're going to say final data is equal to document.data is map string dynamic. and then we can just say Firestore. So we are just going to run a transaction. Which is an asynchronous function. So I'm going to get a snapshot. So we are going to get firebase constants.cut reference. Okay. And then we want to update final new quantity is equal to snapshot dot get. We want to get the data, which is our quantity, and then we want to add that quantity by 1. Okay. And then we want to update, so we just say transaction dot update. We want to update the cut reference. And then we want to update it with new quantity. Okay, so let's just get rid of this typo. So as you can see now, we now have this function that we are going to use to update our items count, right? So I think there are too many. Yeah, so that's it for the cut services. So in the next video, so in the next section, so what we must do is we must create a provider so that we might be able to access this file, cut service. So if you are not familiar with providers and riverpod, make sure that you watch my playlist on riverpod. I have a complete playlist on riverpod. I am planning to update it soon to the latest riverpod, according to the latest riverpod documentation and on code generation, because a lot has changed. Cut service. Okay. So now what we need is Firestore. Firestore. So we're just going to say reference dot watch. Watch fire. With firebase Firestore provider. Then we have firebase auth reference dot watch fire auth provider. Okay, it's supposed to be dot. And then we also have firebase storage. firebase storage provider, and then reference. Okay, like this. Okay, so in the next section we are going to be taking a look at the CAT service control, the CAT controller, and then we'll dive into the UI part. Okay guys, now we are moving into the CAT controller. So let's go into our controllers folder, and then let's just create CAT controller .dat. Okay, class CAT, this must be capital letter, CAT controller extends state notify. It's going to be a bool. So let's import state notifier from riverpod package. Okay, from flutter riverpod package. Okay. So now we need a constructor, right? So before we need to create like field members with CAT service, CAT service, and then with the reference. Okay, then we need a construct. CAT service, CAT service, then required reference. Okay. And then super. We're just going to false. Okay, so we are going to add product to CAT. Add product to CAT, which is going to take in the product and also build context. Okay, context. So we must import our product model. Okay. CAT service dot add product to CAT, and then fold and then we need to, if it's left, that means that there is a failure. We'll show a scaffold messenger. So we'll just display a snake bar to the user, then code the content. then the content is going to be text. Okay. So let's just copy this snack bar. And let's just paste it in the for the and then let's just change the text to let's just change it to product name, product dot name edit to cut. Okay, like this. So we are done with adding the products to cart. Now we need to move on to move the products from cart. For it, remove cart item. We're just going to take in the cart item. We also build context. And then let's import the cart item model. Then I'm just going to say cart service dot remove cart item, and then let's just remove the item. Dot fold. Then let's just paste the scaffold. Then let's paste it here. Awesome. And then let's change it to item dot name removed from cart. And then for decreasing the quantity, okay, and for increasing the quantity, Okay, so we are done with the cart controller, except that we need the cart controller provider. We just go to state notifier provider. We're just going to take a cart control and boolean. Then reference is going to take in the reference, and then it's going to return cart, the cart controller, cart service reference dot reference dot watch cart. And then also need the reference. This is ref. There must be, you are getting an error. Final cart controller provider. It goes to state notifier. Then somehow we're getting an error, but I don't know why. Cart controller can be inferred because it depends on itself. That's how I could try to look. State notifier provider. The type cart controller provider can be inferred because it depends on itself through the cycle. Can we try adding explicit type to one or more of the variables in the cycle to break? Cart service, reference, also reference. Three problems. What were the problems? final cut controller. Somehow, if I name it to provider, it's giving us an error, which I don't know why, but let's just leave it like this. Okay, now I know what's going on. Cut service provider. Okay, I get this was supposed to be cut service, right? That's why we were getting an error, and it was even warning us that cut controller depends on itself, which is not possible. Okay, like this. Now we are done with the cut controller. Next section, we are going to move into the user interface part. So the file is going to be cut item widget dot. Okay, stateless st, and then it's going to be cut item widget, right? We are going to import, let's import it, metro.dat. Let's change the stateless widget to consumer widget. If you have followed this e-commerce series, you know that we will be using riverpod. So to consume providers, we use the consumer widget, and then we pass in the widget reference inside our build method, right? Which is going to be reference. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is we are saying final cut controller is goes to reference dot watch. So we are going to watch the cut controller. Cut controller provider dot notifier. Okay, so what we are going to do here, we are just going to return a row. We are going to return a row widget. The main axis alignment is going to be main axis alignment dot center. Then it's going to take in children. Okay, so for we need just wrap it around with the padding, right? Padding, we're going to say edge insets dot all 8.0, and then child image dot network. And then so I forgot one thing. We need to pass in the cut item model. Cut item item So we're just going to say required. Let's just remove the constant. Item.image. We're going to give it a width of 80. Okay. The next thing that we're going to do, we need is an expanded widget. Child is going to be a rep widget. We're going to give it a direction of axis dot vertical. And then children. Container. And then we'll just give it a padding of constant edge insets dot only left 14. Child text, and then item dot name. Okay, and then in the row, main axis alignment, main so center. Okay, and then children. And then icon button, icon constant, icons dot remove. And then on pressed. So we want that for the remove item, we want the cut controller dot remove. We want to remove the item. Okay. And then let's another item padding edge insets dot all. And then let's give it a text item dot quantity dot toString. And then another icon button. this quantity. Okay, so below this expanded, what we need is we need an icon button. Icons dot delete. Okay, so it's supposed to be icons dot delete color. Let's see, colors dot red. We're going to say cut controller dot remove cut item. Okay, and then after this we need a text padding edge. Then we need the children. Okay, so just give it a constant. And then below this padding, what we need is a divider. Thickness 2, and then we colors dot black. Okay, so that's it for the cut item widget. So now what we need to do is we need to go to our views, and then we need to go to the cut screen to create a cut screen. So inside our pages, we already have the cart page, right? So we just need to modify it. Okay. So it's a stateful widget. So let's just change it to consumer. Consumer stateful widget. Let's import flutter riverpod. Let's just change this to consumer state. Consumer state. Consumer state. HC. Okay, like this. Now what we need to do is we need to get the current user final current user. This goes to firebase auth.instance current user. Okay, let's just import this. Now user provider. This goes to reference.watch. Get user. Data provider. And then current user. Current user .uid. Okay, like this. And then we are going to watch the cut. Final cut is equal to reference.watch. Cut controller provider dot notify. Okay, so we are going to return a scaffold. Bar. And then we have actions. We have a text. Clear cut. Then let's just style it. Then font weight.bold. And then let's wrap it with the padding widget. And let's wrap this also with a gesture detector. Gesture detector. So on tab, we want to if the user taps the clear cut button, what we want to do is we just want to clear the cut. Okay. Also need the title, which is going to be text. Let's just copy this text. And then let's just paste it here. And then let's change the color to black. Okay, let's just remove this semicolon. Then let's change it to 20. And then we need the background color. Colors dot white. Okay, and then we need an elevation of 0. And then icon theme, and theme dot of context dot icon theme. Okay, so for the body now, what we are going to do is we are going to just say user provider dot when. So what we need to do is let's go into our user model, right? We need to make a change. So let's go into our user model. Inside our models, user.dat, right? So the change that we need to do is list cut item cut. So let's generate another new data class. Let's first import this and then let's generate this another data class. Okay. So let's just get rid of all the things inside here. Okay, all right, let's generate a data class. So let's first save this class because I think something is going on. We are not editing this. then let's first save it, save all. Okay, and then let's generate a data class. Okay, somehow we are getting an error here. The map condition can be unconditionally invoked. Getting a no check, so there must be something that must do a quick fix. Also, we need to fix this also. I was supposed to fix this. Quick fix. Replace it. Okay. So we also have another error. Quick fix. So also from map. Okay. So let's just get rid of this. So okay, let's just copy all these items, right? And then let's just get rid of this whole class, right? And then what I'm just going to do is I'm going to a cut item, right? Before I go into a cut item, we're at the users, right? Let's just paste these variables here. Let's go into the cut item. Let's just copy all this code snippet and let's paste it just above here. Control V. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create an abstract class user with underscore $ user, and then we need a constructor factory. Factory user, and then we just copy all these items, like let's copy them, let's just cut, and then let's paste them inside the constructor. Okay. So this item is the only one which is required. Let's just get rid of this semicolon, which is equal to underscore user. So let's change this into users.first. Users, let's comment this, and also let's comment this line here, and then let's run the flood pub builder. Okay. Okay, as you can see, we now have users.first. The next step now is to just, let's uncomment this line, and then let's just add the last segment, which is a factory. Which is factory user dot from JSON. This is a capital letter J. Map string dynamic JSON. And then we're going to say user from JSON. Okay, like this. And then let's run build again. Okay, so now we're done with generating the user immutable class. What we need to do is we just need to fix our auth file, right? Okay, I think we made a mistake. We need to change it again to user model, but it conflicts with the current user model. Model. Okay, so just save and then we run flutter build command. Okay, so now that now that we are done with dealing with the cut model, now we are moving to the first part of our user interface. So then we're going to, okay, data. Elastic trace error text error to string. Okay, let's import the error text. And then for the loader, we are just going to display loader. We need to import it. Okay, let's import the loader. Okay, so here what we are just going to do is we are just going to return data dot cut is not equal to now. If it's not equal to now, then we are going to display a list view. List view. Children is going to be a column. Children data dot cut dot map dot map cut item widget. Let's import it. .toList. Let's see what's the name of this widget. It's cut. It's supposed to be capital letter C. Let's import it. And then the item will be cut item. And then if this cut data is equal to, now what we are going to do is we are just going to show some text. Column children then main axis alignment, main axis alignment dot center. Center child text. Then I'm going to say cut is empty. And then we are going to also have a size box. Then we need to display text, so let's just copy this text, copy, let's just paste it below, and then we'll say back home, back to shopping. Back to shopping, and then let's just repeat with the gesture detector. With the widget, which is going to be gesture detect, and then on tip push context, material, page route, builder, context. Okay, so that's basically it for our e-commerce application. So let me just run it on the emulator and let's see how it's okay. So I'll be back. Okay guys, as you can see now the emulator is finished running. So if you just go to your products widget, just go there and wrap your this column with the stack widget, the column that is above the image.network, with the stack widget, and then inside that stack widget we are going to have an icon which is inside a positioned widget, and then with the gesture detector, and then we are going to check if the item is available. We are going to check if the item is available. If it's available, we are going to add it to cart. And then if it's not available, then we are going to say product is not available, is not in stock. So you can get this in the source code, right? So if I click on this, you can see that we are getting gloves added to cart, ARV drugs added to cart, and you will also see that Crystal means added to cart. If we try also this one, coffee syrup added to cart, and then this one is also added to cart. So if we go to our cart page, you can see these are the items in our cart, right? So, and you can also see we can also remove them from the cart like this, and we can also clear the cart. Okay, and then we can also go back to shopping. So thanks for watching guys. In the next video I'm just going to do on showing you how to calculate the total of all the items in the cart. Thanks for watching e-commerce series. In this video we are going to be developing the user profile, right? So the first thing that you want to do is we want to get the user ID. First we must initialize firebase auth. Firebase auth.instance. The second thing is we need to initialize the user. Okay, and then we need to get the user ID. Okay, so the user ID can be the user can be nullable, of nullable type. Okay, so the other thing what we need to do is we need to initialize we need to get the user data from the auth controller. So if you go into our auth controller, right, inside our auth controller, we have the get user provider. This get user provider. This get user provider is going to get the user data, right? So what we are going to just do is we are going to use the famous riverpod reference.watch to watch the get user provider,
right? So this requires a parameter which is a user ID. Okay. Now the next step is we need to check is loading, which is equals to reference dot watch auth controller provider. Okay. All right, so now what we need to do is we just need to do some modifications, right? So we are just going to say user data dot when. Okay, so we have the data, and then we have the error, which is going to have two parameters. We have the error, and then we have the stack trace. Okay, which is just going to return the error text, which is error to toString. We need to just convert that into a string. Okay, the next thing is we need to the loading, right? So that if our data is still loading, we can just display circular progress indicator. Okay, so right now what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy this whole entire scaffold, right? So let's copy this whole entire scaffold. Let's just cut, and then let's go into our let's paste it, and then instead of now we just need to return the user data, right? And also we need to return the scaffold. Okay, so inside our if you still remember from our previous video, we had this sort of image which displays the user, and also we have this text which is going to display like the username. So what we are simply going to do is we are just going to change this to we're just going to make sure that data dot profile image, if it's not equal to now, that means we need to display the image dot network, right? Otherwise we are just going to display the image from our asset. Then we're just going to display data dot profile image dot toString. Let's give it a height of 90, and a width of 90. Okay, let's do the same for our text, right? So for our text, what we are simply going to do is data dot first name is not equal to now. We are going to display, if it's not equal to now, then we are going to display it. Otherwise, if it's equal to now, we don't want to display anything. We just display a size box, right? So here let's just change the text to data dot first name dot toString. Data dot last name also is not equal to now. Yeah, we need to make sure both of these are not equal to now. And then we are just going to say data dot first name dot toString. Okay, so now we are done with if we just let's just refresh, let's just see our, yeah, as you can see, now we are done. Now we are moving on to the profile, right? So into the profile, let's go into our profile page. Instead of container, let's just return a scaffold. Let's give it an let's give it an elevation of 0. Yep. Then so the first thing that we need, let's just get rid of this. Let's make it a stateful widget, because we are going to work with some text build. Okay, so it's going to be profile page, yeah, and then let's just change this to consumer stateful widget, since we are going to be using riverpod and consumer state. Yeah, same, yeah, consumer state. Then let's just import our flutter riverpod. Okay, so now what we need is a global key. Is a global key to keep track of the text prompt field. So we're going to say global key form key is equal to global key. Okay, like this. The next thing that we need a file, since we are going to be picking an image from our memory. So we need this, you need to import dat.io, dat.io, input output. Yeah, the next thing is we need a text editing controller. We need to give it a name. First name is equals to text editing controller, right, like this. Also another text editing controller. Last name is equals to text editing controller. Yeah, like this. Okay, so the next thing, we need to dispose these controllers so that we don't have any memory leakage. Okay, dot dispose. Last name dot dispose, like this. Okay, so now we need an image picker. So since this picking an image from memory is an asynchronous activity, so we are going to be using a type of feature, pick image, which is going to be an async. We are going to await the image picker. Okay, so we don't have this package installed, so what you simply need to do is go and then just say flutter image picker. Okay, just copy the flutter image picker. Let's paste it in our pubspec.yaml file where we have all our dependencies here. Okay, so if we come okay, yeah, now that we got it, let's just import it. I think it's now available. Okay, let's go back to, then let's just go to example. Okay, let's just copy this import statement, right? Okay, let's paste it in. Okay, so we are going to pick the image from gallery. We're going to say pick image, and then our source is supposed to be image source.gallery. Image source.gallery. Okay, and then you can choose to put the image quality, but in this case I don't need that. So now we are going to say if the image is equal to now, we're just going to return. Okay, and then we need to store that image into a image temporary variable, which is file, and then we are going to give the image dot path, the path of that image, right? Okay, and then set state. Now we need to set this image to the one that is in our temporary variable, right? Okay. So I forgot the one thing. You must wrap all this in a try-catch block. So let's put this into a try block. Okay. Then we need to catch exceptions. On platform exception. Yeah, so on platform exception we want to catch the error of that. So we need to just throw failed to pick image. Yeah, failed to pick image, like this. Yeah, right. So now we need another function that we are going to use to pick the profile picture. So I'm just going to call it select profile image, like this. It's also going to be in async file. Okay, so if res is not equal to now, that means that if we have the image, so we're just going to set state image, which is goes to file, which goes to res. Okay, like this. Okay, now let's move into now creating our user authentication. So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to go back into our settings file, right? I'm just going to copy all this code because we are just going to reuse it. Let's just copy it. And I'm just going to paste it here, and then we just need to import the dependencies that we need. Okay, yeah, now we're good to go. So now I'm just going to return the user data dot when. let's just display the loader here. Okay, like this. Oh, wow. So now we need to just populate the text editing controller with some data from our Firebase. So the text is going to be data dot first name. The same with our last name, so that you just copy that. Let's just change this to last name. Okay. So we also need to return a scaffold. An upper. We need an elevation of 0. And then the text, the title is going to be let's just give it a profile, and let's style it. Give it a font size of 20, and then let's give it a font weight. Okay, make it a constant. Okay, let's give it a body. Let's give it a body. Let's give it a body. Okay, so the other thing that we need is like an icon theme, so that it can display an icon. Okay, SF area. Can have it's a column. Then we have children. Okay. And then I'll just give it a form. And then inside the form, we just give it a key. So now what we are going to just do is we just need to display the circle avatar. Okay. So let's just put it in a center widget. Okay, the child is going to be data.profile image. If the profile image is not equal to null, then we'll display the image in a circle avatar. Let's give it a radius of 60. Also, the background image is going to be a network image. Okay, it's going to be a network image. Let's provide the URL. It's going to be data.profile image.toString. like this. Else what we need to do is we'll display a circle, a vector, a radius of 60, and then the background image. We are going to have an asset image, asset image, which is going to be assets slash let's check, let's just copy this assets user.png. Yeah, let's just copy that one, let's paste it in here. Okay, then so let's just wrap this this whole widget with the gesture detector, just in case the user wants to update their profile. So we're going to say on tip. Yeah, okay. And then we're going to say pick image. Okay. So they are going to pick the image. And then after this, what we need to do is we are going to display a text form field. The controller is going to be the first name. And then enable suggestions. Let's just set that to true. And then we need a keyboard input type. Keyboard type, we're going to say text input. Text input dot name. Okay. And then on changed, which is going to monitor if there is any change in our value. It takes in a value. So on changed, we want to set the first name dot text to the text that the user inputs. Okay, let's decorate it. Decoration, input, decoration. Border, we just give it an outline input border, so like this. Border radius, yeah, border radius dot circular, let's give it. Okay, the hint text. Is going to be first name. And then also we need the hint style. Okay, and then the size, let's just give it a size of 20. Okay, and then align label, true. Then what we need also is the validator. Yeah, so we use the validator to validate our user input. So we're going to say we're going to return invalid first name. Okay, otherwise we're just going to return null. Okay, and then constant sized box with a height of 16. Okay, so let's copy this, or let's give it a padding. So yeah, let's copy this. So we're going to copy, paste it below. Okay, here we go, here we go. Let's change this to last name. Okay, now we're good. So now we need to give it an elevated button. Praised, it's just okay. Child is going to be a text. It's going to be update profile. Okay, give a constant like this. So let's wrap it with size box. Then let's give it a width of 300 and also a height of 15. And then we need reference dot read. Okay, yeah, let's go reference dot read. Okay, so one thing we forgot is we forgot to add the update user. Yeah, we forgot to add the update user. So let's just go into our service folder and then write the logic for updating the user. Okay, right, so we need to go into our auth service, right? So what we are going to do is right here we are going to use the either, and then we are going to have a future of type void. Okay, so we're going to take in the user model, user model, and then we're going to use a user. And then we'll also need to initialize firebase auth. Firebase auth.instance. We also need the user. Which is going to be the current user. Okay, then the user ID. We need to convert it into a string. Okay. Right, now we just need to wrap the logic inside our try catch block. Try, then on firebase exception. We need to catch, we need to just catch that exception. Okay. So we are going to just return right. Users dot the document which is user ID. The document is going to be the user ID. Then we are just going to update user to JSON. Okay, right. So in case of an exception here, we are just going to throw e.message. Okay, like this. Then we are just going to return left. We're going to display a message failure e.toString, like this. Okay, right, now we need to go into our auth controller and just finish implementing this logic. So if we go into our auth controller, here we're just going to say void update. Going to update the user. We take in the build context. We also take in the file, which is an image. Okay. Also have the first name. Also have the last name. Okay. Yeah. That's it. Let's make sure that it's an asynchronous function. Okay, so what we are going to do is we'll say final. So let's just go back and just copy this logic. Right, let's copy this logic. Let's paste it in here. Okay. So now the other step now is for the storage service, because we need to be storing in images in Firebase service, so we need a storage service. Okay, so let's go into our service folder, and then let's just say storage service .dat file. Okay, let's click class storage service. Final firebase storage, then let's say firebase storage. Okay, and then storage service required firebase storage, and then firebase storage, and I'm just going to set this firebase storage is equal to firebase storage. Okay, yeah, now we're good to go. We're good to go, and then we're just going to use a future either. Going to take in a string. Required. Also need a string which is an ID, and then required file is also a file. Okay, so let's just import that import output here. So now we can write the logic. Okay, it's also in a synchronous function. We need to repeat also in a try catch block. So here what we need to do is we just need find our reference. The reference we need to reference the bucket in our firebase storage that we are going to be storing the data, right? Firebase storage dot ref, which is reference, the child, which is going to be the path of the image, and then another child which is going to be the ID. Okay, and then we need the upload task. This is responsible for uploading our file into firebase storage. So our upload task is go to reference dot put file. Which is which you are going to put the file, okay, like this. And then we need the snapshot, which is goes to await dot upload task. Just await upload task. So we are awaiting the task because we don't know how long it's going to take to upload the task, right? So once we get the snapshot, what we are going to do is return write. We're just going to return await snapshot dot reference dot get. We are going to get the download URL. Yeah, we are going to get the download URL, and then otherwise we are just going to return left failure. Yeah, we are just going to display the failure, the message if there is a failure or what. Okay, so that's basically it with future either. I think we need to import that. Yeah, that's basically it with the storage service. But what we need also to do is we need to create the storage service provider, right? Storage service provider, which is equal to provider reference, then it's going to return the storage service reference.watch. We need, okay, I think we need to import riverpod here. Let's import flutter riverpod. Reference.watch, firebase, yeah, firebase storage provider, like this. Yeah, now we are good to go. Let's go back into our auth controller. So what we are going to do is we're just going to say final image response is goes to await store. Okay, so I guess we have to also provide the storage here. Final storage service, storage service. Okay, I need to put it here. Required. Yeah, that's the nice thing about riverpod. It allows you to do dependency injection. Yeah, so let's go to storage service, goes to storage service, like this. Yeah, now we're done. Storage service. So storage service dot store file, and then the path, our path, we are just going to say profile images. So as you can see from our storage service, we have just created this storage service. It allows it's a reusable storage service. So next time we are going to want to store something in our firebase storage, we don't need to write that logic again, as we have written it into our storage service, as you can see. And then the ID, let's just use the user.id, user ID, yeah. And then the file is going to be the image. Yep. So that's it. So now we are just going to say image res dot write dot fold. So L, that means we have a failure. What you're going to do, we are just going to say scaffold. We're just going to display scaffold messenger dot off messenger dot off of we're going to provide the context, and then we need to show the snake bar dot show the snake bar, and then we need to provide snake bar. The content is going to be a text, so we're just going to display the text with the error, which is l.message, right? So something like this, yeah. And then when we have error, which is success, yeah, we just need to write a few logic here. I'm just going to say final user is equal to the user model, yeah, like this. UID is equals to the user ID, like this. First name is going to be first name. Also last name is supposed to be last name. Yeah, profile image is equals to r.toString. Yeah. Since why did I put r.toString? You need to understand this logic from our storage service. We say that if we are going to return right when it's a success. So when it's a success, we are going to return the download URL. That download URL is the profile image, right? So that's why I used it here, r.toString. This is our download URL. Okay, so let's just close that, and then we are just going to say final response is equals to auth service dot update user. Yeah, then we'll provide the user. Otherwise, and then let's just state our state to false here. Okay, so now what we are just going to do is we are just going to say response dot fold. Okay, so let's just copy this scaffold here. So what we are just going, basically what we are doing here is we are saying that L and then R res is undefined. Okay, so what we res dot fold. Okay, so if there is a error, we are just going to display that message. R, that means that it was successful. So what you are going to do is profile picture. We're just going to say profile updated, like this. Okay, yeah, so we are getting an error somewhere. I guess it has something to do with reference.watch auth service provider. Okay, storage service ref.watch storage service provider. Yeah, now I've gotten rid of that error. Yeah, so now if we go back to our profile page, what we were just going to say is update user, then right, and then it's going to be image. And then we're going to first name dot text, and then last name dot text, something like that. Okay, must be an underscore, last name dot text. Okay, yeah, so we're still getting an error somewhere. Okay, we'll forget to add the semicolon. Okay, so if we refresh our app, then let's go to our then let's go into our profile. Yeah, now you can see first name, last name, because we don't have any implementation. Pick image, missing plugin implementation, no. Okay, so let's just copy this error and let's see what's causing us not to. I think it has something to do with permissions. So I think what we need to do is let's just stop the application at first. Let's just stop it and then let's run it again. Yeah. running. So let's just test. Let's just test our application. Okay, Tony Stack. Okay. Okay. So as you can see, it's displaying last name on both. So I think there must be a typo with if let's go back, text controller, total name dot first name. We must change this to last name, right? So that this should not happen. Okay. So if let's go back to our app. As you can see, if I type, let's just pick an image, type share, and then like this. So you can see profile picture updated. Okay, so yeah, that's was it for the user profile. I think we'll work on it some other time with the user interface. It's not that good, but yeah, if you like this video, please make sure you give it a thumbs up, and make sure you share this video, and also make sure you subscribe to this channel so that you do not miss any of my Flutter videos.
Thanks for welcome back to my video. So as we continue with our e-commerce series, today we are going to be dealing with the user's address, right? So you need to make sure that the user can add their address inside our e-commerce platform, so that when we are making deliveries, we know which address to deliver them. Yeah, so without wasting much of the time, let's go into our models folder. So inside our models folder, let's create a new file. Let's name it address dot dat. It should be double D here. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is we need to import the freezed package. So let's just say add freezed. Okay, so the next part is we are just going to say part address. Okay, like this. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to import the phrased annotation package, right? So let's make sure these two lines are at the top of the phrased. Okay, so as you can see, we made a typo here. It's supposed for the address, it's supposed to be 1R, like this. Okay, so let's begin making our first class. It's going to be address model with underscore $sign address model. Okay, like this, and then we need a constructor. So we need the user city, which is going to be of type string. also need the address. Okay, it's supposed to be comma. Right. We also need their house number. And then I also need the zip code. Okay, so let's just cut these variables and just paste them inside here. Okay, like this. So after this, we need to make sure that we set it to address model. Okay, so let's just comment out this this part. Okay. Okay, so let's just get rid of it for a moment. What's going on here? Okay, so let's run the command, the flutter pub build run. Okay, we must be in the root folder, so it pharmacy up. Okay, let's run it. Okay, must have a semicolon there. Okay, and then let's run it. Let's rerun it again. Okay, right, so now we need to say the factory address model from JSON, which is going to be of type map string dynamic JSON, which is going to return underscore $sign address model from JSON. Then we are going to set our JSON. Okay, so now what we need to do here is just say part address.g.dat. Okay, let's give it a semicolon. Let's run our command again. Okay, that's it with our model. Now what we need to do now is to move into our services folder. So if we go into our service folder, we're just going to do a file, going to say address service.dat. Okay, and then our class service, we're going to have we need our firebase firestore class. And then our address service. Then we need to provide required firebase firestore, and then we need to set that firestore. Okay, so now we need the method for adding our address into our database. So we're going to say either So we're just going to repeat in a try catch block. We are just going to catch an exception like this. Okay. So we are just going to return right like this. So let's go into inside our firebase constants. Inside our constants folder. Firebase constants. Let's just copy this and let's just paste it below. Right here we're just going to give it the name address collection, which is going to be address. Okay. Okay, the address collection. Okay, let's go back here again. Let's copy it, paste it below. Let's just give it a name address reference. Let's change this to address, because what we want basically to do is we want to store all the addresses inside the address collection, and then the document of the address is going to be the user's the current user's ID. So we are going to be using that current user ID to retrieve each address for the user, because every user is going to have a unique address, right? Yeah. And then we are simply going to just and then we are simply going to just set that address to our address model. Then we need to convert it to JSON. Okay, so here we need to import fpdat. All right. Okay, so now we also need to catch another exception on firebase. On firebase exception, we're going to catch the exception E. Okay. Then we are just going to set it, we are just going to throw a message if there is an exception, e.message. Okay. Otherwise we are just going to return left. Failure, we need to display if there is any failure, error.message. Okay. String. Right. Yeah. is supposed to be address, right? So now we are done adding, with adding our data to our address to the database, right? So what we are simply doing here is we are just going to have the address model, and then we are just going to try, and then if you remember, I talked about FP dot, whereby we know that we cannot have an error and a success at the same time. So those instances, they happen at different times. So if there is an error, if there's a success, we are going to store it using the right, and then if there is an error, we are going to store it using the left. If you have watched my first video, I think on adding products to or getting products to Firebase, you will get what this method, what this logic means, right? So the next thing now we need to do is we need to get the address from the database, right? So we are just going to use a stream of type address model. A stream of type address model, get address. And then we are just going to return Firebase constants dot address reference going to get the snapshots, and then we are just going to map through each and every document in our collection, right? So okay, we just need to return, need to return the address model from JSON, and then we pass in the event.data, which contains all the data in our documents, as a map of type string and dynamic. Okay, so that's basically it for getting our address. Now we need the last step is to update the address, right? So either dynamic so let's wrap it and try catch block on a Firebase exception. We need to just catch the error, okay, like this, and then we need to catch the exception. Okay, so here what we're just going to do, we're just going to return right. Firebase constants dot address reference dot update the address dot to JSON. Okay, let's change this to address. To JSON, yeah, like this. Okay, and then we need to throw an exception if there is an error. Okay, and then we need to catch this one, return left if there is an error, if there's a failure, toString, okay, like this. Yeah, so that's basically it for our address service. We are going to add the address to the database, and then we are going to use a stream to get it from the database, and also we are just going to update the address just in case maybe the user, they want to change their address or something. Yeah, so now the next step is to create the address service provider. Which is equal to provider by riverpod. And then I'm going to say address service reference dot watch firebase firestore provider, like this. Yeah, I think we are done. Okay, so now the next step is to move into our address controller. So let's go into our controllers folder. Okay, if we go into our controllers folder, we just need to create a file address controller dot. Okay. So class address controller is going to extend state notifier of type boolean. Okay, so let's import flutter let's import flutter riverpod. And let's just get rid of this. Right. Now we need a constructor. So first we need to just set a few variables. The address service. And then we need the reference object. Okay, so now the next step is we just need to create the constructor required address service, and then required reference ref, and then we will just say the address service to the address service, the reference object to the reference object, and then super to false, like this. Okay, yeah. So now we need to deal now with a method for adding the address to our database. So it's going to take in we need a build context. Yeah, context, because we are going to display a snake bar. Okay, we need a string address, string city, and then string house number, and then the zip code. Okay, So let's just say final address model is equals to address model, like this. So the address is going to be auto address city to the city, and then house number to the house number, and then the zip code to the zip code. Okay. I think, did I leave something? I don't think I'm doing from my tablet and the MS365 system. So why are we getting this error? Quick fix. Okay, we just need to import that. Yeah, but we have already imported it, but I'm still getting an error. Required CT. Okay, let's see. CT, address, house number to house number, zip code to zip code. Yeah, now that error is gone. Yep. Okay. So the next step is we need final address response is equals to address service dot add address. So, and then we just need to add our address model. Okay. So now we need address dot fold. Right. So as you can remember from our address service, say that right, that means that if we have successfully added data to our database, left if there is an error, right? So now what we are just going to do is I'm just going to go into our auth controller, and then let's copy this snake bar. Let's copy this snake bar, copy it. Let's go back into address controller. Let's paste it here, and then also let's paste it here, and there's edit our data, and we'll say address edit successfully, like this. Okay, now we got a constant. Okay, so let's move on to getting our address. This is the easier part. Stream address model, get address, and then we just need to just return address service dot get address. Yeah, that's it for getting the address. Now we move on to updating the address. So updating is also similar to adding the address. So let's just copy this method below the get address. We're just going to paste that, and then we're just going to rename it to update, right, like this. Let's change this to update. Avoid update. Where is it? Sorry, this, let's keep it this way, like this. It's supposed to be get right. Update address, instead of add here, let's change it to update. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we are done. So we are done with the controller. So let's move here at the top. Then we just need to set to create a few providers. Address, final address, controller, provider is equal to state notifier provider. Going to take in the address controller, the boolean, and then you need to pass in the reference. Okay. We need to get the address service. Okay, like this. Address service is equal to ref.watch. Address service provider. Like this, and then we're just going to return the address controller, and then let's pass in the address service. Okay, so that's it. And then we need a final get user address provider, which is equal to a stream provider. Okay, first we need to get the address controller, which is called reference.watch address controller provider dot notifier. Okay, like this, and then we are just going to return address dot get address like this. Now we are done. We are done with the controller. So now we need to move on to creating the user interface for our application. So we are just going to start with adding the address. Okay, so we are just going to start with adding the address. So we are just going to create add address page dot dat. Like this. Okay, so we need a global key. This is going to be a form key, which is equal to global key. All right. The next we need we need the city controller, text editing controller. And then let's just paste this below. City, then address, house number and zip code. And then zip code. And then we need to dispose this, city dot dispose address dot dispose, and then house number dot dispose, and then also we need to dispose the zip code. Okay, so now we are just going to return a scaffold. And then the background, which is going to be colors to white, and then elevation, okay, icon theme, theme dot of context dot icon theme. Okay, and then the body is going to be a safe area. Child is going to be a single child scroll view, and then child, which is going to be a form, and then which is going to have a column. Children. And then for the form, we need to provide the form key, right? Key, which is equal to form key. All right. Now what we need now is we need the text form. Okay, so let's go back to our profile page. If you still remember, let's just copy this text form field, right? Let's copy the text form field. And let's paste it inside. Change this one to city. Invalid city. Then let's just change the icon to city. City. Then city. All right. So yeah, we're just going constant sized box. Let's give it a height of 16. Let's paste it again. Let's change this to address. Let's change this one to invalid address. Change the controller name to address. And then address. Let's just change it to like location. Yeah, location on. Okay, so let's copy this again. Let's paste it below. Then now what we need the house number. Okay, so let's change this to house number. House number. House number. Invalid house number. Okay, so for the icon, let's change this to a house or something. Okay, let's just basically it. Street address, street address, and then also this one, street address. Okay, so let's paste it again below. Now this time let's change it to house number, to zip code, sorry, zip code. Zip code, zip code, let's change it to invalid zip code. Okay. Okay, so now that we are done, we need a button. So let's go back again. Let's copy this button from our sized box. Let's copy this button. Get address. Then we need to change our to consumer stateful. Then here to consumer state, consumer state, then address, controller provider, dot add address, yeah, address dot text, dot text, city dot text. Then we have the house number dot text also, and then we have the zip code dot text. But since this is an integer, what we need to do is we need to int dot pass to convert it into a string, right? Into an integer. Okay. So that's it for adding our address, right? So the next thing that we need to do is let's go to displaying our address. So we are going to display our address in the address page. Okay, so basically what we need to just do is we're just going to say address page do that. Okay, it's going to be a stateless widget. Address page, it's going to be a consumer. We need to provide it's a consumer widget. Then we need to provide the widget reference object. Ref. Let's import our data, right? So what I'm going to just do is I'm just going to say final address is equal to reference dot watch get user address provider, like this, right? So we are just going to return we are just going to return a scaffold, right? We need to provide an app bar. The elevation is going to be 0. The next thing that we need an icon theme dot of context dot icon theme, and then we need a background color, which just goes to colors dot white, right? And then we need we have already provided the elevation, and then we need actions, right? On our actions, what we have, we just need to have the text. So text, going to say add address, and then let's style it. Let's give it a color, colors dot black. Let's give it a font size of 12, and also let's give it a font weight. We have font weight dot bold. And then let's change this to edit address. Okay, so let's just wrap this one with a gesture detector. On tape. We're just going to say navigator dot push material page route, text context, add. We need to navigate to add the address page, right, like this. Same also with the edit page, which will move on gesture detect on tape also. So let's just copy this, or copy this, and then let's paste it. So for adding our address, what we need to do is let's create another page here called edit address page dot. So it's similar to the address page. So what we just need to do, let's copy the whole thing. Let's just copy the whole let's copy the whole thing. Let's paste it, and then let's come here and change this from add to edit. Edit, then edit, and then edit. Let's also change here to edit. Okay. Editor can be returned. Okay. So here it's supposed to be edit address page state. Now, instead of using add address, we just need to come here and they change it to update. Yeah, that's basically it. Okay, now let's work on our body. The body is goes to address.when. So we are going to just retrieve the address from our firebase firestore. The error is going to be error stack trace. And then if there is an error, we are just going to display an error text. Error.toString, and then the loading we're just going to do is we're just going to display a loader. Okay, let's import that and let's put a semicolon here. Okay, now for our body we're just going to return a safe area. And then we're going to have a container. We're going to give it a height of 300. Yeah, let's give it a height of 300, and then let's decorate it. Box decoration like this. We have the border radius, and then border radius dot circular. Give it a circle of 20. Okay, right, and then the child. We are simply going to child is going to be a column. We're just going to display all these items in a column. Regular children. Okay, and then we are just going to have a row children with a text which is going to be address. Let's style it. Style is going to be a text style. Colors dot black, and then font weight. I just have a font weight dot bold, and then we have a font size of 20. Okay, and then let's just copy this text. Copy this text. Let's paste it below, and then let's just switch to change it to data dot address. Yeah, like this. We need to give it a constant. Also we need to set this to constant. We also need to main axis alignment don't space between, and then we need to give it just some padding, right, because we don't want it to be stuck on the wall. Okay, so it's going to be similar also for the other fields. So constant sized box height is going to be 10. Okay, let's copy this. Just copy this, paste it below. Okay, let's paste it below. Let's change it from address to city. Then let's set this to data.city. And then house number. House number. And then zip code. String. Okay. Like this. Yeah, so that's basically it for adding our address. So let's just rewrite our application. Let's see. Okay, so we need to go to our settings page. Okay, so here, navigator dot push. Push context and material page route. We need to take in a context. And then let's address page. Supposed to be address page. Address page. This one is supposed to be address page. Okay, like this. So if we go back to our settings, address page, yeah, like this. So let's just rerun our application. Let's see. So if we go to our address page, now is not a subtype of okay, so I think I know what we need to do. First thing that we need to do here is if we go to our address page, at the top here, okay, address page, we need to just give this gesture detector we need to just pad this text, right? Let's give it a padding. Constant. Move this constant. And move this one also. The same for this one. Let's give it a padding. Constant. Constant. And then constant. So we're going to say address dot so we're just going to say if data dot if address is not equal to now, okay, so I think we just need to say that if the data if our data is not equal to now, data.address is not equal to now, we are just going to display the safe area. Otherwise we're just going to display a text. This way, no address, please add one. Okay, let's see. So let's try to add the address city. Let me just say Kariba and then address to high piece, close, and then house number is 2, zip code 1 2 3 4 5. Then address added successfully. So now, as you can see, now we have our address here. So what we need to do is let's go to our add address page. We need to change the name of this button to edit address, and then let's go also to the edit address. We need to do the same thing. Edit address. Okay. This something. Okay. So that's it for adding our address to the firebase file store. If you enjoyed this video, please click on the like button and make sure I subscribe so that you do not miss any of my videos. Cheers.